But when they turn to board the train, the grandma boards with the girl, and as the grandpa and boy step over the threshold, the little boy slips from view. He's fallen through the gap, a mere sliver between the platform and the train. Both grandparents are then seen trying to flag the train guard down so that the train doesn't take off with the boy below. But with no help in the train's departure fast approaching, the man drops to his knees and reaches between the gap to try and pull the boy back out. Luckily, he was successful. He managed to pull the boy back onto the platform, where he then hugs him close. A Sydney Trains worker hurries over to make sure the boy is okay. The boy was alright, although in a state of surprise. According to the transport minister, this boy isn't the only one to have fallen through the cracks. 223 children were reported to have fallen underneath trains at Sydney stations in 2016 alone. Number 14. The Exorcism. This footage shows a woman shouting devil among a group of frightened commuters. A man dressed in a suit then proceeds to perform an exorcism on the subway. And attempting to free the woman of her possession, but the demon seems to be strong-willed, as instead the woman starts to attack with her umbrella. The man tells her that he forgives her, but remains confused and repeats the word devil regularly. She then backs away from him towards a corner of the car. The video was titled "When You Find Yourself in the Middle of an Exorcism on the Metro" and has been viewed over 1 million times. Local media claim that this scene is a regular occurrence on the Mexico City subway. Perhaps it's real, but then again, maybe the woman was just emotionally distressed. Either way, it's pretty alarming. Number 13. On the tracks. When a man in a wheelchair fell onto the tracks in a Washington, D.C. subway station, many rushed to help him. Working as a team, 2 men were able to lift the 54-year-old onto the platform to safety, risking their lives in the process. Others were there to receive him, while the men then lifted his wheelchair out of harm's way. While it's unclear why he fell off the platform in the first place, luckily the man was alright. Number 12. St. Petersburg subway. This disturbing footage shows the aftermath of a horrible subway event in St. Petersburg, Russia. That occurred on April 3rd, 2017. While most in the footage are calmly exiting their train cars, which remain fully intact, the footage then pans to the wagons that were destroyed by the blast, darkened, the windows blown out. Passengers in these wagons throw their bags through the broken glass and climb out onto the platform. The event seems to have been coordinated, as another device was found at a different station and was safely defused. This wasn't the first attack on Russia's transport system. There have been at least 4 since 2009, the most scary of which occurred in 2010 in Moscow, when 38 lives were lost in one incident. Another scary thing to worry about. Number 10. The outburst. The woman on this subway has some harsh words for a fellow commuter.
You're a piece of shit, a batterer! Ah! Ah! Shove it up your...
While the person taking the video didn't capture the moments leading up to her angry outburst, the footage begins with her pointing into the face of a man and having some harsh words for him. She then takes it a step further, calling the man a batterer, while screaming in his face. Her display scared passengers so much that they cleared out of the car. It's only when she touches him that he comes after her to defend himself until she backs away. By the end of the video, the entire place is cleared out, with only the woman in the red coat standing alone in the car. I guess that's one way to score private transportation. Number 9. Quakin subway. A YouTuber published this raw footage of the 7.1 quake in Mexico in 2017 that devastated Mexico City and the surrounding areas. The footage shows that commuters remain calm despite the subway and platform and everyone swaying around them. Some chose to get on the train, probably in order to sit down and stop feeling seasick from the swaying. The powerful quake hit Mexico City, where at least 361 people were reported passed away in the city and the surrounding areas. Nerve-wracking as this subway platform may be, I'd rather be there than in the chaos of collapsing buildings above. Number 8. Subway fall. A 52-year-old woman standing on a platform in Madrid patiently awaits her train when suddenly she faints. She quite literally topples onto the tracks. Fellow commuters gather around the edge of the platform while an off-duty officer springs into action. With the train due to arrive at the station any minute, the commuters on the platform attempt to flag the oncoming conductor, while the officer manages to drag the woman across the opposite track and, with the help of bystanders, lift her up to the platform. You can see the oncoming train pull slowly into the station just as the officer lifts the woman from the tracks. The train operator is able to stall the train enough before entering the station that it didn't come in full speed ahead. After the woman is lifted onto the opposite platform, a doctor who is also waiting on the platform gives the woman first aid. If you ever need a pick-me-up, just remember there are still some everyday heroes in the world. This is but one example. Number 7. Guy on CTA Train. Published by Ruben Perez in May of 2015. This man on a subway in Chicago who appears mentally unwell starts muttering quietly but audibly to himself. Then, gripping one wrist, he starts shaking his head, shaking all over, muttering more and more aggressively until he goes still and wide-eyed. Still muttering, he sits a bit more calmly for a while, continuing his monologue. Then he starts shaking alarmingly again. That halts and he sits calmly, seemingly having a heated conversation with the person sitting beside him. Only there's nobody there. Passengers don't interact but simply pass him by as they exit the train. He continues having a conversation with the invisible person beside him, gesturing and speaking with conviction. While this man's episode is quite scary to watch, the man filming the footage is laughing. Most in the comments find that to be off-putting and insensitive. There's no doubt that man needed help. Let's hope he got it from someone besides the cameraman. Number 6. Conductor, we have a problem. Once you watch this video, there's one line you won't be able to get out of your head. Conductor, we have a problem. The video footage is filmed by a passenger who is pushing the emergency button on repeat to report a problem to the conductor. While there seems to be no problem on this subway car, other than the man in question repeating this and pushing the emergency button like mad, the train never slows and no one comes to his aid as he repeats his claim while pressing the button.
Conductor, we have a problem. Conductor, we have a problem. Conductor, conductor, we have a problem. Conductor, we have a problem. Conductor, we have a problem. Conductor, we have a problem.
One man steps in to stop him, but the man doesn't cease in his exclamation and then starts hurrying down the center of the train while dodging some commuters who try to intercept him. Once he gets to the other end, the reason for his journey is clear. There's another button at the other end of the car. He starts pushing that one too, repeating his claim, "Conductor, we have a problem." This is when many on the car intervene.
Conductor, I have a problem. Conductor, I have a problem. Conductor, I have a problem. Conductor, I have a problem.
You are the problem.
Conductor, I have a problem. Conductor, I have a problem. Conductor, I have a problem.
Sick of this guy's antics, as the train pulls into a station, many try to convince him to disembark, saying he's the one with the problem, but he remains unconvinced and continues to press the emergency button to report his problem to authorities. Through all the commotion, he doesn't exit the train and his camera is pushed down. It goes dark, leaving us to wonder how this confrontation was resolved. Number 5. Random encounter. This footage shows an older woman who doesn't seem as though she's all that mentally there. She curses at another passenger who looks like she was just sitting there, minding her own business. Then out of nowhere, things get more severe. Thankfully, the people around the young woman protest and tell the attacker to leave the woman alone. The older woman calls one of these men a scumbag. Then she squares up with him.
Make me scumbag. Scumbag.
When he stands up, she gets up on the seat and people around them swarm the situation. In an attempt to calm her down, she then gets off the seat and waits by the door, continuing to mutter about what a scumbag that nice guy is. When the subway stops, she makes her grand exit. Those who currently ride the NYC subway say they do feel unsafe and paranoid that they might be next. Unfortunately, many must travel by subway to get to work, so there's not really a safer alternative. Number 4. Rush hour in Beijing. Beijing Cream published this bird's eye shot of a train station on line 13 in 2013 during morning rush hour. Commuters are standing heel to toe on the platform as the train pulls in. When it slows, they press to the doors in an unorderly fashion, not wanting to wait for the next train, instead of making space for commuters aboard the train to get out, which would be more logical and less time consuming. Those disembarking have to pierce their way through the crowd on the platform. As the platform people press their way in the minute the doors open, you can almost hear the frustrated screaming going on inside commuters' heads. It's a crazy phenomenon to watch, and it makes you a bit creeped out to think that a stampede could occur at any moment, and anyone could be trampled and lose their life. Such events, though rare, are not unheard of on Chinese subways. Incidents of commuters fleeing fire alarms and even emptying a car when a man fainted have been reported in Beijing. In Shenyang in 2017, 15 people were hurt in a stampede on a subway train, while 12 were hurt in the same city in 2015. Number 3. I don't like you. The NYC subway is flush with characters, and this crazy lady on the 7 train is one of them. Marcus the Gladiator published footage of this fellow commuter to YouTube in November of 2012. In it, the woman who sits alone appears to be telling off nearby passengers, or perhaps imaginary ones. She insists that she doesn't like any of them, and they don't like her either, so no one should look at each other.
Do me a favor, don't look at me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Because you don't know me, and I don't know you, and you don't like me, and I don't like you. I don't like your kind.
A while later, she is seen flinging her arms seemingly unconsciously and making rude gestures, then raising her arm while contorting her face. When passengers get on at a stop and sit down next to her, she suddenly turns to her right and asks a man if the girl between them is his girlfriend and why he's looking at her. Moments later, they move and the lady pats the now empty seat next to her, saying she'd be so happy with her own apartment or her own house. While this woman's reality is more sad than scary, the unpredictability of her actions is certainly frightening. Number 2. Electrical issue. Smoke wafted through the Yellow Line train on January 12, 2015. While it filled the train, commuters waited over 35 minutes for help to escape. The cause is believed to have been an electrical issue in the tunnel. When the issue occurred, it forced commuters on the platform to evacuate. That's when train 302 pulled towards the platform and took off again, but it was so thick the train operator was blinded. He pulled to a stop in the tunnel. The train's fans were pulling smoke inside, and firefighters were only dispatched when they received a 911 call about 7 minutes later. Meanwhile, the passengers on the train could barely breathe and many got down on the floor. In the raw video of the train, you can see just how bad it is inside the wagon, and you can hear people cough, while most lie or squat on the floor. Over the intercom, they are told to remain calm and not to open the doors. Some called 911 to describe where the train was located, so that rescuers could be sent down. Out of the 380 people who were evacuated from the train, 86 were treated, 9 were treated outside the station, and 1 passed away. Before we get to number 1, my name is Chills and I hope you're enjoying my narration. If you're curious about what I look like in real life, then go to my Instagram at DylanIsChillinYT and tap that follow button to find out. It's a proven fact that generosity makes you a happier person, so if you're generous enough to hit that subscribe button and the bell beside it, then thank you. This way, you'll be notified of the new video we upload every Tuesday. Number 1, Blade Encounter. This video, published by SkillDuff1122 in April 2013, illustrates that something bad can happen anywhere at any time. Nowhere is safe. The footage shows a man in a black shirt and jeans standing on the platform before he reaches into his pocket and brandishes a large blade. He walks determinedly down the platform towards another commuter, who starts shouting. A couple others put themselves between the man and the man he's after, seemingly trying to block the encounter. It's unclear if they're involved in the dispute or just fellow commuters trying to prevent something bad from happening. Then the wielding man picks a plastic bag up off the ground, that of the man he was chasing. A woman steps in trying to prevent the man from taking the bag, while the other man hurries over to grab his belongings. The wielder is successfully blocked from taking the bag, but he won't be held back. He follows the guy around again, but the guy manages to escape and is seen rushing down the platform, looking over his shoulder the whole way. A couple moments later, the wielding man is following again, but that's where the footage ends. What did he want from the other guy? How did this harrowing incident conclude? With no further footage or story, this one ends with too many loose threads. Thanks for checking out this video. Be sure to subscribe because we upload new countdowns every Tuesday and Saturday. Or if you're still not convinced, here are some of our other videos that I think you'd like. Enjoy! Number 15, Skateboarding in the Sky. This insane thrill seeker stands on the very narrow steel bar of a skyscraper, 1,000 feet above the fast-moving city below him, and he does this on the edge of a skateboard. He places the skateboard perpendicular to the steel bar, stands on it with one foot, as the nose of the board rises up, and places his other foot on the upper part of the deck. He also sets it directly on the bar, as though to skateboard in the sky. His own balance is the only thing stopping him from falling forward to his own fate. The video ends before he gets down from the building, but we can assume he was okay because this video made it onto YouTube. Number 14, Evading Police. On the South London crane climb, published by Dying Llama in June of 2017, the climbers didn't only evade falling from great heights, they evaded the cops. At the start of the video, the climber shows all the signs at the base of the building that say not to trespass on this construction site, that it's under surveillance and that trespassers will be prosecuted. They make their way to the very top of the ladder, with a panoramic view of London spread out before them. But wait, they're not finished yet. They start climbing the crane like it's a jungle gym. There is little keeping this man from life and meeting his end, just determination, adrenaline, and courage. Oh, and a bit of insanity. As they descend, they spot a helicopter circling the building. "That's for us, man," one of the climbers says rather nonchalantly. They descend more than 40 stories of the construction site, trying to be quiet so that no one finds them. They had to find another way out because the way they entered was surrounded by police. As they finally find a safe exit, a security guard chases them out.
Yo, guys!
We're gonna.
Yo!
What?
Come here! Yo! Come here! Yo!
What's the point?
telling them to stop. But instead, they manage to jump the fence and hoof it out of there, evading capture. Definitely a scary close call for these urban explorers, as they could have faced some serious consequences if they were caught. Number 13, Leaps and Bounds. Published by Red Bull in August of 2016, the video description reads, Oleg Cricket leaps across the fixtures of skyscraper 2 captains amidst howling winds 150 meters above ground. While the average person would only hope to survive these precarious conditions, for Oleg, this is a casual stroll. True to the description, Oleg does seem to take this whole leaping around skyscrapers thing in strides, as though he's doing nothing more than playing hopscotch. He stands on the ledge of the building, with the hundreds of feet drops on all sides, his toes hanging far off the edge. Then he turns and starts leaping across these holes in the building's structure. He literally doesn't hesitate for a moment as he launches around the building like a wildcat. Then he walks around the entire crazy edge at a casual stroll, turns around to go the other way, takes a shot crouched down above the hole, stands legs spread between 2 planks, then ends the video by sitting on the ledge of the building. Truly a daring stunt, considering one slip could lead to his demise. Number 12, High Rise Hong Kong. If your stomach churns at the thought of being on the top row of a bleacher, let alone on the top of a 50-floor building, then this entry may terrify you. Extreme selfies have been trending the past couple years. They climb buildings, construction sites, and cranes to do it, all without much, if any, safety gear. This is the modern thrill seeker's Everest, and the adrenaline rush is all that's needed to get them to the top. Uploaded by crazy Russians. In the video description, they note, at the risk of our lives, we climb to the top of the 5th tallest building in Hong Kong, 346 meters, to make the selfie. The 5th tallest building in Hong Kong is known as the Center. At 73 floors, the skyscraper was constructed over 3 years and finalized in 1998. The center's shape is so unique because it was adapted to the surrounding city, streets, and buildings. In the first part of the video, they walk calmly and steadily around a circular bar with a width of about half a meter. While filming with a selfie stick, the city is streaming 346 meters below, while the Russians stride nonchalantly along. The team are then seen climbing up ladders that flank the building's antenna, with nothing but thin circular bars between them and a terrifying fall. As they climb, you can see dozens, if not 100+ skyscrapers on all sides. Skyscrapers that clearly did not make the cut when it comes to matching the center's height. The crazy Russians stand on the thin circular piping, holding onto even thinner vertical railings as they look out at this sea of steel and concrete. No ropes, no safety gear apart from gloves, nothing. Then they continue to climb until they've hit the very top. Here they stand on the top of the antenna, leaving viewers absolutely nauseated as they give each other a high five and start taking pictures, while one of them stands up with his selfie stick, holding onto nothing but a pole, and the other starts climbing on the outer side of the ladder's circular protector. You start to wonder if these Russians really are crazy. Not only are they at the top of a tower with no safety net, but the wind is whipping their clothes. Any strong gust might throw them slightly askew and end this wild ride. Luckily, it didn't, as is evidenced by the number of crazy uploads on their channel. Pozdravlenia Russians, you truly earned your title. Number 11, Mad Stunts. This is a video of a couple, not your average couple. Instead of getting their kicks from walks in the park, they take walks on the top of 50-story buildings. Instead of spending a night hanging out, they hang off of skyscrapers. The video starts with the woman jumping, running, and somersaulting on the skyscraper. It then shows the guy holding on to her right hand as she leans backwards off the edge and swings back and forth. She then takes a foot off, now standing with only one foot, while the other dangles over what you can see would clearly be a fatal drop to the city streets. Below, cars and streetlights twinkle and flash, everyone oblivious to what's going on, hundreds of feet above them. She does this nauseating trick both at night and in the daytime, atop this skyscraper. In the end, her male partner picks her up on his shoulder and spins around, all in the name of love, I guess. This is taking the trust fall exercise to a whole new level. Number 10. Skywalk. There must be something in the water in Russia, because here are a couple more crazy Russians doing their thing on the roofs. Who published this video in February of 2014 describes it by saying, "Today we will show you how to climb on the second tallest building in the world." What is the second tallest building in the world? It's Shanghai Tower in China, standing at 632 meters. That's 128 stories of sky-high terror. Climbing the ladders, they hold onto their hands, revealing how dirty they are from the climb. And just when you think they've reached the limits of what they're going to climb, they start to climb up this diagonal structure that's jutting out of the building's top, standing on nothing more than a tiny grate. They claw their way up the grate to the top and pause to sit on a horizontal ladder, taking it all in. You can hear the wind whipping through the structure, and you wonder how in the world it's possible that their knees aren't shaking, and why in the world they're continuing to climb. One wrong move could have taken them clean off that precarious grate, but lucky for them, it chose not to that day. And the most stomach-churning thing is at the end, when the camera shows one of the climbers standing on a bar, seemingly holding on to nothing, 632 meters above the earth. No one climbs like the Russians. Number 9. Earthquake. What happens when skyscrapers are rocked by an earthquake? The footage of this 9.0 earthquake in Japan has the answer. The buildings sway back and forth, looking like they just might topple over. It's bizarre to see something that you view every day as so sturdy and stable start to sway precautiously. It's a bit of a surprise. The buildings visibly wobble back and forth as the earthquake trembles the skyscraper's foundations. In one shot, you can even hear the building moving. It squeaks and creaks as the natural disaster occurs. As some in the comments of this video note, the buildings in Japan are designed to sway specifically for earthquakes to absorb the shock. Many suggested that the frequency of quakes in Japan is also one of the reasons people in the videos weren't responding with fear, as the 100-meter tall skyscrapers around them swayed back and forth. While many found this footage frightening, others found it incredible, like YouTuber Stunt King, who wrote, "I am gonna salute all Japanese engineering." Number 8. Ghost Tower. While many of the previous skyscrapers are presumably filled with living people, Ghost Tower in Bangkok, Thailand has long been abandoned, making scaling the thing even more frightening. Published in January of 2018, Pontus57 writes, "The Ghost Tower is now a bigger challenge than it has ever been. Guards with taser guns and machetes, we gave it a try. The skyscraper does look like a ghost or a skeleton of what it once was. It stands tall, darkened windows, completely empty. The footage of this hall of a building makes you wonder what it holds inside. Ghost Tower is thought to be haunted, and it says that bodies turn up there on a regular basis. Of the 49-story building, the 43rd floor is allegedly the most haunted. Ghost Tower may be haunted, but the reality of this video is scarier than anything supernatural. The building, which was originally built to house luxury apartments, was left to house very different residents, house vagrants, addicts, and street dogs. Partway through building, Asia experienced a serious financial crisis in 1997, and the value of the Thai baht plummeted. Most of the entrances are now barricaded. There are loads of signs on the building, warning of danger and that trespassers will be prosecuted. Apparently, they are okay with the prospect of ending up in a Thai prison. Our intrepid thrill seekers attempt to get in. They scale the outside of the wall, using only rested pegs that protrude from it to climb. And as the sun rises, they sit atop the graffitied ghost tower, enjoying the view. You would think that would be enough, but the crew then starts scaling around the exterior of the building, climbing around terrifying
What's up, man? Hey, yo, what's going on, yo? I'm sick and tired of 5 running up on the block, you know what I'm saying? Yo, Snow, they came around looking for you the other day. Word, bust it.
Informer, you know, say that I'm a snowman, I go blame. I like you bum bum down. Take the man that say that I'm a snowman, stab somebody down the lane. I like you bum bum down. Informer, you know, say that I'm a snowman, I go blame. I like you bum bum down. Take the man that say that I'm a snowman, stab somebody down the lane. I like you bum bum down. Please, I don't come in and they blow down my door. Rain it come pour through my window, so they put me in the back the car at the station. From that point on, I reach my destination. Where the destination region at the east detention. Where I look down my pants, look up my bottom. So informer, you know, say that I'm a snowman, I go blame. I like it boom boom down. Take the man that say that I'm a snowman, stab somewhere down the lane. I like it boom boom down. Informer, you know, say that I'm a snowman, I go blame. I like it boom boom down. Take the man that say that I'm a snowman, stab somewhere down the lane. I like it boom boom down. So big on them all, they think them have more power. They on the phone, me say they wanna wow. Me for once I use it once and now me call me lover. Love who me calling on the one tell me. And me lover in my heart down to my belly. Yes, and I'm a snowman, I feel cool and deadly. It's the one MC Shine and the one that is snow. Together we all have a miss a tornado. Informer, you know, say that I'm a snowman, I go glam. I like it boom boom down. Take the man that say that I'm a snowman, start somewhere down the lane. I like it boom boom down. Informer, you know, say that I'm a snowman, I go glam. I like it boom boom down. Take the man that say that I'm a snowman, start somewhere down the lane. I like it boom boom down. So listen for me, you better listen for me now. Listen for me, you better listen for me now. Remember the rock on the microphone, we rock on steady. You say that I'm a snowman, you're the art to cut down. But I get in the art to dance and me say where you come from. People them say you come from Jamaica, but me born and raised in the ghetto, no one tell for no. Pure brown people, man, is all a man know. Yeah, my shoes and them tear up and my toes just a show. When me a ballin', all the one you run so informer. You know, say that I'm a snowman, I go glam. I like it boom boom down. Take the man that say that I'm a snowman, stab somewhere down the lane. I like it boom boom down. Informer, you know, say that I'm a snowman, I go glam. I like it boom boom down. Take the man that say that I'm a snowman, stab somewhere down the lane. I like it boom boom down. Come with a nice young lady, intelligent, yes, she juggling Ari. Everywhere me go, me never left for a tally. You say that it's no me, I the rum dance man. Rum it in a dance, I in a nation. You never know, say that I'm a snowman, I the boom shaka. Tell me never lay down flat in a one cardboard box. You say that I'm a snowman, I go reaching at the top. So informer, you know, say that I'm a snowman, I go blame. I like it boom
I'm hanging with the snowman. What I'm gonna do? I'm backed in a trap. Slapped me in the face and took all of my gap. They have no clues and they wanna get warmer, but Shan won't turn informer.
Informer, you know, say that I'm a slummy, I go glam. I need keep on bum down. Take the man that say that I'm a slummy, stop somewhere down the lane. I need keep on bum down. Informer, you know, say that I'm a slummy, I go glam. I need keep on bum down. Take the man that say that I'm a slummy, stop somewhere down the lane. I need keep on bum down. sing with us, y'all. Come on, y'all, let's go. Like a big family, y'all. Ha! Come on, please don't take my sunshine away. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Don't take my sunshine away. Oh no, oh, please don't take my sunshine away. Oh, what a man, y'all, please don't take my sunshine away. Oh, Lord, please don't take my sunshine away. Oh, check it out, y'all, please don't take my sunshine away. What a man, yeah, please don't take my sunshine away. Please don't take my sunshine away. Please don't take my sunshine away.
shouldn't be. I wanna hear you say you're sorry, 'cause nobody takes advantage of me. You're missing the mark, shooting in the dark. I'm pulling the wool from my eyes. Baby, don't push me further. It's gonna hurt you if it happens twice. It looks good here. You'll be lying on the floor. You'll be begging me, please, please, baby, don't hurt me no more. It looks good here. You'll be reeling from the pain, and you never lie again. It looks good here. Living on the edge, hanging by a thread. I'm watching every move you make. You don't wanna see my anger, so don't you make another mistake. Love is on the line, I ain't about to be kind. That's a promise and a threat. If I was you, I'd really cool it, or risk a night to never forget. It looks could kill. You'd be lying on the floor. You'd be begging me, please, please, sorry, don't hurt me no more. It looks good here. You'd be reeling from the pain, and you never lie again. It looks good here. I was a fool to believe in you, a sucker for every lie. I'm a little less blind than I was before. I can see right through your design. It looks good, kill. You'd be lying on the floor. You'd be begging me, please, please, baby, don't hurt me no more. It looks good, kill. You'd be reeling from the pain, and you never lie again. It looks good, kill. You'd be lying on the floor. You'd be begging me, please, please, baby, don't hurt me no more. It looks good, kill. You'd be reeling from the pain, and you never lie again. It looks good, kill. It looks good, kill.
Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up the crew in the area. Still living like that. No, no, we don't die. Yes, we multiply. Anyone press will hear the fat lady sing. Act like you know Rico. I know what Bo don't know. Touch them up and go. Oh, cha-cha-ching-ching. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical Touch them up and go. Oh, cha-cha-ching-ching. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up the crew in the area. Still living like that. Na 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 na. Yeah, man. So what it? Na 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 na. Right? Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. Big up all crew bow ya. Still love it like that. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical danger. Big up the crew in the area. Still love it like that. Here come the hot stepper. I'm the lyrical gangster. I'm a living, I'm a danger. Still love it like that. Hey. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
almost heaven. West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather round her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water. Dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste of moonshine, teardrop in my eye. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, I hear her voice in the morning hours. She calls me. The radio reminds me of my home far away. Driving down the road, I get a feeling that I should have been home yesterday. Yesterday, country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, take me home. Country roads, take me home. Country roads. That must be it.
like you. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until
Walk like I built this town. Step so light, I barely touch the ground. Everybody wants to know how. Brick by brick, I put them in the ground. Walk like I built, walk like I built this. I do it for my people, family business.
She's laughing inside. Grandma was one who always come in from the room next to mine. It's Grandma's room. The invisible guest. As I stood there, alone in the dark, peeking through the keyhole, can't believe my eyes. I never seen anything like that. Only Grandma was inside the room, speaking to no one. The invisible guest got the rising with the narrow, with an empty on the floor. Come on! And Grandma saying, do come in my little friend. Missy and Mother was sleeping upstairs. If they could see me in Grandma's chair. Grandmother said, look me deep in the eyes. You will forget what you saw here tonight. I will let you in on the secret of this house that's taken on the mall. Let's walk we go this house. Now I want you to go back to sleep. Now go back to sleep, my dear. The invisible guest. Got the rising with the narrow, with an empty on the floor. Let me hear you. And Grandma saying, now you must go back to sleep. Go to sleep. Sleep. Go to sleep. Missy and Mother was sleeping downstairs. If they could see me in Grandma's chair. Thank you so much. Really.
Taking possession of human remains. Everywhere I go, it's always the same.
I will say it again. When you live the flesh, it's the beginning of the end. It'll take you in, it'll spit you out. Behold the flesh and the power it holds. Passion is poison laced with pleasure bittersweet. One of many vessels that heart is deep beneath. It'll take you in, and it'll spit you out. Behold the flesh when the power it holds. Touch, taste, breathe, go down. Take a bow, already knew, for the first encounter. But now we know, to let go, or speak no more. Like a wind upon your face, you can't see it, but you know it's there. One beat it shows, it's ugly face, don't be prepared.
companhia Grimpa Gris está criando Grimpa. Preciso que tu atrapalhe a operação deles. Você faz o tipo corajoso, não é?
Para muchos, extraños movimientos en objetos inertes, sonidos o apariciones no son más que la manifestación de espíritus. Sin embargo, hay un grupo de gente que está comenzando a creer que este tipo de cosas no son apariciones, sino más bien fallas en nuestra realidad. Una demostración de que a veces el comportamiento cuántico de las cosas logra observarse en la vida real. Después de todo lo que tú observas no es más que una probabilidad. En este video veremos un conjunto de los metrajes más sorprendentes captados en el mundo, donde pareciera ser, se captó justo el momento donde aquellos errores toman forma. Cosas completamente irreales que no podrás creer pasaron en verdad, y que probablemente marcará en tu memoria la verdadera posibilidad de que esta realidad no está tan definida como creías. Prepárate porque se viene fuerte. Soy Breakman y es hora de tomarse un break. Hoy presentamos 5 videos que captaron fallos en la realidad, parte 3. Gran parte de los videos que verás a continuación fueron enviados por mi audiencia. Si conoces o posees videos similares a los que verás aquí, no dudes en escribirme al correo que ahora ves en pantalla. Sin más, comencemos. Número 5. Luzu Games es un canal popular conocido casi por toda la plataforma. Aquí Luzu sube gameplays. Como supondrás, todo es diversión. Al menos por lo que he visto, Luzu no hace bromas ni montajes al aire libre en este canal. Eso hace que lo que estás a punto de ver sea absolutamente extraño. John Adam Colonia fue la persona que me mostró el metraje que estás a punto de ver. Me lo mandó al correo. En el asunto me comentaba que él es un completo fanático de Pokémon GO. Y claro, cuando este tema se hizo viral dio con un video de Luzu Games. Video que sin querer captaría algo definitivamente inusual. En este video Luzu se encarga de enseñarle a su audiencia cómo utilizar una herramienta que incorporaba el juego Pokémon GO. Para explicarlo sale a recorrer las calles. Lo que él no sabía es que sería testigo de algo que te hará fruncir el ceño durante varios minutos. Mira el metraje por ti mismo para ver si logras darte cuenta.
Sí, además podemos ver bien el color del que está brillando y todo eso, y llevo el móvil para ver que efectivamente hayamos conseguido o no nuestras hazañas.
¿Te percataste? Aparece un hombre completamente inmóvil. Al parecer, Luzu no lo ve, así que quizás se congeló fuera de su rango de visión, puesto que si lo notaste, su expresión es bastante normal. De hecho, si Luzu lo hubiese visto, lo habría comentado en su blog. Dime cuántas personas se congelan de esta manera cuando te ven pasar con una cámara. Es un comportamiento completamente extraño. Sin embargo, quizás, y solo quizás, pudo deberse a una broma que quiso jugar ese trabajador. ¿Crees en aquella posibilidad? Sin lugar a dudas, una prueba más de que las cosas extrañas le pasan a cualquiera, y muchas veces sin que nos demos cuenta. Número 4. Sabemos muy bien el poder que tiene la naturaleza, que es capaz de arrasar con todo, de destruir cosas en segundos. Pero por mucho que intento dar una explicación al video que estás por ver, hay cosas que definitivamente no calzan. El video es antiguo, fue registrado en la región de Jeddah, Arabia Saudita. Y más que un efecto climático, da la impresión de una ilusión, un montaje o incluso un desperfecto en una realidad conocida. Mira por ti mismo.
Liberte eles.
Está fora de alcance. Não tenho hora.
Pula miudinho do meu lado.
Eso que se ve allí es una sombra. Si te fijas, pareciera ser la sombra de un caballo. ¿Cómo es posible esto? Si bien es una tormenta, no es un tornado. De ser así, veríamos al caballo dando giros, y ese no es el caso. Después de que este video se hiciera viral, inmediatamente comenzaron a salir hipótesis religiosas, ya sabes, sobre el fin de los tiempos, lo típico. Inclusive gente experta en edición aseguró que no era un video alterado. Fue entonces cuando
diária e eu estou aqui hoje para te dar algumas dicas para você que tem dificuldade em esboçar diretamente no computador. Você quer desenhar, fazer uma pintura digital, algum estudo de personagem, alguma coisa assim, e tem dificuldade de fazer esse desenho direto no computador. Então dá uma olhada nessas dicas para ver como que eu faço normalmente e como que você pode se adaptar aí para você, enfim, ter uma experiência melhor na pintura digital. E ainda se você quiser evoluir mais na pintura digital, fica até o final, porque tem uma surpresinha legal para você, ilustre. Então, vamos lá, já deixar aquela joiada bonita, porque hoje vai ser lindo. Bora para o Photoshop aqui, então. Eu vou deixar 3 pontos chaves nessa nossa conversa aqui. A primeira coisa é a resolução da tela que você está trabalhando, tá? Eu estou aqui com um arquivo no tamanho de uma resolução 300 dpi, então ele é bom porque ele te dá mais possibilidades de pixels e não precisa de muito mais que isso, né, para você ter uma quantidade interessante para você trabalhar nos pequenos detalhes, sendo que se você aumentar muito mais que isso vai ficar muito pesado o teu arquivo e realmente não é necessário você ter uma resolução muito grande, salvo para ocasiões muito especiais, tá? Aqui eu também estou com uma tela, digamos assim, de 16 por 16 centímetros, então razoavelmente é legal, tem 2.000 pixels, aqui é como se fosse um quadrinho assim, né? Claro, se você quiser um desenho maior, uma 3, deve ser ok? Outra coisa interessante para você ter em mente com relação à sua resolução, na hora que você está fazendo o é que se você jogar o zoom dessa forma, às vezes ele dá uma quebrada nas resoluções com relação à nossa tela e a tela do Photoshop, então pode ser que ele fique num meio tom, meio quebrado com os pixels e a visualização não fique 100% completa. Então se você achar mais ou menos o ponto onde você queira, só dá um clique assim, ó, ou para fora ou para dentro, né, do zoom, porque daí ele vai fixar em sei lá, um número ali de pixels que não vai dar uma bugada na tua visualização, tá bom? Outra coisa então, falamos da resolução, agora eu vou falar da caneta. Veja se você está com a sua caneta bem regulada para o seu estilo de arte. Tem pessoas que têm a mão mais pesada, tem pessoas que têm o traço mais suave, então dá uma olhada nas configurações da sua caneta. Geralmente nas mesas digitalizadoras eu estou aqui com uma Intus 5 ou 4? É o 5, tá? E geralmente ele tem um botão já que é um atalho para você ir para as configurações dele, mas enfim, no seu computador você acha ali o caminho para chegar nas configurações, tá? Então aqui eu vou apertar direto na tablet, ele vai abrir essas opções aqui, eu vou clicar aqui na preferências da caneta para você conseguir mexer nas configurações de peso, né, do traço da sua caneta. Deixa eu só reduzir o Photoshop aqui. Então basicamente, para você alinhar a pressão que você vai colocar na caneta de uma forma que, enfim, você tenha uma experiência melhor de acordo com o tipo de traço que você possui, dá uma olhada então na suavidade, ok? Na sensibilidade da ponta. Então só para exemplo aqui, ó, eu estou aqui com um pincel, eu vou pegar um pincel comum aqui, ó, padrãozão, tá? Então eu estou sentindo que o pincel, esse pincel ele tem diversidade de tamanho, né? Então ele varia conforme eu aperto
Não tem ninguém.
aqui tá no meio, né? Se eu deixar lá pra baixo,
está fora de alcance.
Bem sensível, fica mais difícil trazer traços mais finos.
Está longe demais.
Então, legal você
Não tenho um alvo. Tenho que escolher um.
A suavidade, né, o nível de pressão que você coloca aqui. Aí você consegue.
Não tenho
Então, Agora vamos começar a resolver. Antes de você o seu gosto mesmo. Então, o 100%. É um 100% que eu eu acho que é de... Cara, eu chuto que é de 1999, assim. É mais ou menos por aí. Tem um cachorro latindo agora, mas enfim, vamos nessa. E eu vou pegar e refazer esse personagem, e pra isso eu vou precisar esboçar, né? Então primeiro eu vou dar uma olhada no meu traço aqui, ó. Tá? Ele tá com um traço razoavelmente normal, né? Ele tem uma espessura normal aqui até pra finalização depois. Cachorro do Jane. Parou? Depois de um tenebroso inverno esperando esses cachorros parar de latir, agora vamos continuar. Voltando, aqui eu vou colocar então 100% só pra ter uma noção um pouco melhor do tipo do traço, né? Aí eu vou escolher um brush aqui, um brush desses iniciais aqui mesmo, só pra mostrar pra vocês que vocês podem fazer isso com qualquer brush, tá? A única coisa que eu gosto de fazer quando eu pego esses brushes iniciais, esses primeiros ali, os redondinhos, é que ele vem com um espaçamento que eu acho ruim, tá? Então eu vou apertar um F5 aqui e eu vou tirar esse espaçamento, e aí ele fica com um traço mais fluido, ok? Agora tem uma dica bem interessante que eu gosto de usar quando eu tô rafiando, quando eu tô esboçando, que é de deixar o traço bem fino, porque aí eu não me preocupo muito em deixar minha mão tão fina, eu posso rabiscar um pouquinho mais forte, e ele não vai poluir tanto a minha folha, tá? E eu preciso, pro modo como eu gosto de esboçar, eu preciso ter um brush que não vá fazer isso aqui, ó, bagunçar tudo demais, assim, porque eu gosto de rapear assim, eu gosto de rabiscar bastante. É uma das formas que eu encontrei de ter uma experiência um pouco mais parecida com o papel. Uma experiência um pouquinho mais parecida com o solto, assim, eu gosto de fazer essas coisas. Fazer de o que está acontecendo no papel, coisa extremamente, sei lá,
todos eles.
Não tenho um alvo.
Então, em alguns momentos,
tenho que escolher um alvo. Está longe demais.
apagando o tempo todo.
Preciso chegar no Preciso de um alvo.
Porque isso aqui não é o único esboço que eu vou fazer, certo? Então, dessa forma eu consigo ser um pouco mais dinâmico e permitir com que às vezes o próprio erro me induza a procurar uma outra forma que eu não estava pensando inicialmente. Então, ó, vou deixar esse quadradinho aqui a cabeça dele. Percebe que eu nem apaguei aqui, né? Só mandei ele por cima. Então, imagine que, beleza, esse é um dos esboços. Vamos lá. Vai puxo pro lado, vamos lá de novo. Vou tentar mais um aqui. Já sugerindo mais ou menos um shape para ele. Ele tem esse aspecto de ser meio... tem uma cara meio... então eu quero trazer isso pro personagem ainda. Vamos ver como que ele fica bem fino aqui embaixo.
Está fora de alcance. tem um alvo.
Enfim, para esperar novos novos, né? O que você quer fazer?
Não tem um alvo.
Os cabelinhos
Ainda não posso usar esse. Preciso chegar mais perto.
O colchete da esquerda aqui diminui, o colchete da direita aumenta o traço, né? Melhor ou pior, mas diferente. Então, você permite isso, né? Que a busca te leve para lugares que você não estava imaginando. Aí, continuando o processo de exploração aqui, percebe que, pelo menos eu gosto de trabalhar com um rabisco bem solto, assim mesmo, fazer uma coisa bem rabiscada sem me prender a já definir agora, né? O que eu quero nesse início é trabalhar com um traço mais solto, fazendo com que ele me proporcione algumas curvinhas que, enfim, que me mostrem onde que pode estar o meu personagem aqui, né? Um atalho rápido para você criar nova camada também é o Ctrl Alt Shift.
A luta!
Está longe demais. Preciso chegar mais perto. Tenho que escolher um alvo. Está fora de alcance. Está longe demais. Está fora de alcance.
Quebre os ossos deles.
Hey guys, this is Introducing Emmy, and I thought I would draw a little bit in the program Krita, Krita, and Krita is sort of like Photoshop. I don't know what you'd call it. It's a free Photoshop-esque program. Like an analog Photoshop. I'm not sure what you would call it, but I'm always like nervous about making comparisons between programs and media. But I mean, honestly, that's essentially what it is. And it's got a lot of really interesting brushes, and I got it shortly before I started traveling a lot, and then I didn't really have a chance to work with it. And I've been enjoying it so much that I'm seriously considering about uninstalling Photoshop. It's kind of funny. I got my tablet PC downstairs specifically so I could draw and like or so I could work and like watch TV and stuff. And what's ended up happening is I pretty much never work downstairs. I always, if I draw downstairs, it's always like casual drawing, just like whatever I feel, like fan art or whatever. And I feel guilty, and so then I don't use my tablet to draw at all. And I'll just use a sketchbook or whatever. Like, I feel bad that I got the tablet and then I don't usually use it to draw that much because I feel like, well, if I'm drawing on the PC, I might as well just go upstairs and work. But, lately I've actually found that Photoshop is taking up too much room on that tablet anyway, which is kind of bogus. Like, literally all I got it for was Photoshop. So I think what I'm going to do though is uninstall screwing around in this program, and I'm still learning it, so please don't bite at the bit for tutorials or anything, because I barely know it myself, and I'm still discovering new stuff like every time I work with it. I didn't mean for this to come out looking so sexy or whatever. I wanted it to be a little more creepy. This brush in particular I really like for doing creepy sketches in Krita. By the way, if you just Google Krita art program, or just Krita maybe, I think you can find the website, just in case the link isn't in the description when this video goes up. I remember the download being kind of big, or like it. I remember it taking a while. That might have been before the. Disregard. It might not actually. Wow. Not sure what I'm drawing here. Somewhere between like a witch and a harpy, or... Man, I read this really romantic story on Literotica. Shut up, I love that site. About a harpy woman and her human lover, and I just like fell in love with harpies. I was like, oh my gosh, harpies, so wonderful. And it, up until then, I mean, I knew about harpies, like, you know, but I never really, whatever. And the only recent thing with harpies that I was like really ingesting at all was Skyrim, with like the hag witches or whatever. They're kind of harpy-esque. They're feathered women folk, I think, if I remember correctly. It's been a little while since I played Skyrim, but yeah, so I got on like this harpy kick, and I was drawing all these harpies for a while, but now I haven't actually drawn any in a while. This is the first harpy-ish looking thing drawn. She's kind of, she's like a smoke harpy or something. She looks like she's made of like smoke or fabric or something. Or she's got like a big poofy hairy jacket on, maybe. Not really digging her square head though. Let me... I try not to erase. That's something I'm like really against. I'm very anti-erasing, especially when you're sketching. Like young artists, I would prefer young artists to just work with the mistakes that they make. Not so much like don't get me wrong, if you're like doing like art professionally for like somebody else, you know, like a company or a private client or whatever, obviously you're gonna erase. But I think it's important when you're just doodling to work within your doodles, your happy accidents, because you know, some of the best learning tools, some of the best things I've ever learned were accidents, you know, in my sketches. I used to do a summer program when I was younger, where I would go away for like a week and a half kind of like an animation boot camp. It was in Harrisburg. Yeah. I think it was in Philadelphia for a minute, but and I remember that he pushed us to not
Ao diabo com suas pernas de terra férrea.
with pencils because he noticed that young students were too enticed to erase all the time, and it really chewed up like the flow of work.
Preciso chegar mais perto.
Shut up, I'm more. But I'm definitely of the opinion that like 90% of the time you should just
Acabou o sofrimento dizendo não temos filhos.
Obrigada. Nem exilados merecem
also
destino assim.
it's sort of like if you just how do you make your second. Hold that thought. Yeah, okay. So I want to go, like I said, I'm still learning this. I want to go, maybe, let's add another 300 to the side. We'll anchor to the right. And, yeah, okay, perfect. What was I saying? Shit, I should not have held that thought. That'll come back to me. It's like that saying, if it wasn't important, or if it was important, you'd remember it. So I haven't figured out how to draw straight lines yet. It's not alt. Can you do that? Like a staff. It's originally not going to go with feet, but now it's weird that she doesn't have feet. Let's do something like that. I need to go in and see if there's like a quick way to toggle the erase because this is a little frustrating. Give her some, make her a little more hippie here. There we go. Well, that's one of my favorite uses for the eraser is taking away masks to define new areas. I think that's like the best use. Gosh, that's really cool. She's like some kind of like post-apocalyptic jungle queen. I don't know. I don't even know. Let's put some hair on her legs. Yeah, she looks really good. I like that. Let's put some leaves on her head. Grass and shit. Yeah, I'm digging this. Yeah, I'm really enjoying Krita. literally got to try it for like 15 minutes before we started traveling around a bunch, and I wasn't home long enough to work on my to work on Krita, let alone my comic and like the work I had to do normally. So this is really nice. I'm enjoying this. Let's do some highlights. So let's switch to white. Let's go to, what does a burn look like on a low opacity? Anything? No. What about a screen? That looks okay. Let's do a different brush. This is my favorite of the you can see this is nice. You could get like a little palette over here that you can try your brushes in with like your different settings, and you just hit this little I think it's, no, excuse me, it's that, the broom tool. Sorry, I was trying to remember. This puts a gradient in, this puts a paint bucket in of whatever color you're on, and then brush, or the little sweepy thing, the broom, jeez, gets rid of it. So, but my favorite, this kind of weird spider webbing pen sort of thing is the sketch. It's in the sketch category, and it's called Sketch Chrome. Yeah, Sketch Chrome, and just default settings. Though I have messed with some of the settings. I don't really notice anything different with this particular brush for the most part. On the auto settings, it doesn't really seem to do much difference. Other brushes tend to just will do more, but I don't know, that one not so much. Let's just try the bristle tapered brush. Let's try this one. No? No? Oh. Yeah, let's go to overlay. No? What's going on here? Okay, that doesn't work. Whoa, 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 that's weird. Look at that. I like that. Just needs to be a little smaller. What about the sponge? Why are these so huge? There's tons of brushes in here. Let's go back to the sketches and just let's just get out of that nightmare realm for a minute here. Let's say a little rougher than this. Oh, this is kind of nice. I like this. Like a different, like a wider kind of spider webbing brush. I like that. Let's take it way down on the fade though. What about density? What does that do? Anything? No? This is what I mean. These spider webbing brushes don't really seem to be affected too much by anything really. Except the strength, opacity kind of settings. What's this one? That's too smooth, that's right. What about this one? Looking for a really nasty looking brush, like a really gnarly brush that you do not take home to your mama. Oh, that's wonderful! Oh my god, I'm gonna be truing that. Oh shit, that's important to me. that is relevant to my activities. This looks a little bit like fur. It's pretty, or like weed or something. This is amazing. I haven't really. Oh wow. Look at that. Oh, let's do that one. Let's do that one. Let's do gulp. I don't know if you can hear that or not. Is there a size thing I can do? Okay, there we go. But what about this one? I love that one even more. Alright. Enough dilly-dallying. I don't have a reference for, like, any of this, so we're just gonna let nature take its course on this.
Quando biriba e boneca empacam, pode esquecer. Esses bichos não trabalham de barriga vazia de jeito.
Está fora de alcance. Preciso chegar mais perto.
I don't know about that. How I've done her stomach is kind of flat more than I would have liked. I think that's better. Oh, another thing I'm really getting about Krita is that, and I'm not sure like all the little technical things, so you're just gonna have to work with me here. So like when you are not on let me think, in Photoshop, if you're not on 25%, 50%, 100%, 150%, those kind of numbers in your navigation for like zooming in and out, it looks really pixelated or fuzzy or just doesn't really look sharp. But with Krita, I've noticed that no matter how like deep or far you go in and out, like I'm on a really weird number. I'm on like 78% zoom, that's the word I was looking for, which is sort of, that would be like a really weird number to have your zoom at in Photoshop. It would look very fuzzy or weird or pixelated. Like I said, I don't know all the technical terms. You're just gonna have to kind of work with me here. So I'm kind of like shocked by that, in that Photoshop actually doesn't do that yet, or like doesn't have the capability for that. I don't know like what causes it, or like maybe there's like a plugin you can get that could fix that. I don't know. Again, don't know the technical term, but that's a nice thing about Krita that another thing I like. Maybe someday I'll challenge myself and try to do a whole comic using Krita. I haven't even tried doing anything with text yet, so I don't know what that looks like. I guess I could just like handwrite my text if it became a big problem. She's like Mother Nature over here. She looks really good. Trying to set her upper body like really into the shadows, make her more spoopy. Also, I'm sorry this video has like no purpose really, except for me to bullshit around in Krita. Is X the hotkey for that? Oh, yep, that's the same as Photoshop. Some of the hotkeys are the same, some of them ain't. Still trying to figure that all out. Oh. Okay. Oh, sorry about these guys over here. I was warming up a little bit and I thought, I might as well just show some of this. So, image, resize canvas, and then we anchor to the right, and we go, let's go 2500? No, let's go deeper than that. Let's go with like 3000. Let's give myself a lot of working room. Okay. Boop, ba, boop, 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 boop. I don't usually work like this, but it's been working out pretty good in Krita, so I'm going to no. Does that affect anything? Yeah, good. Just made that hard. Lock and make a new. I'm still figuring this all out, so pardon. Now let me see if I can find that. Ooh, what's this? Particle? Ooh, wow, that's beautiful. Curve. Oh, that'd be good for like smoke, wouldn't it? They all do something like that? Huh. Also, I'm sorry for my fan. I don't know if I mentioned that, but wow, look at that. I'm not even barely doing anything, it's just going wild over here. What's clone? Oh. Maybe you need something different to do some of these. Deform, filter, yeah. What about chalk? Why is chalk way at the bottom? Chalk feels like it should be up with all the other, you know, normal drawing supplies. Not sure what these are. There might be like gradient drawing tools. Alright, let's try. There's an artist
Preciso de
in
mouse.
DeviantArt who like does all their art with this tool, and they kind of do like anime-esque art, and
Ainda não está
it looks
pronto.
fantastic. I'm just using it to experiment. I almost never do anything like this. Let's do like a skull shape. But yeah, I apologize if you can hear my fan or any noise outside. They are doing a lot of work in the place where I live right now, the complex. And, I mean, they're like really, they're like doing, what do you call that? They're like rebuilding bridges and,
Está fora de alcance.
everybody gutter
Não tem nada.
Let's give this character a bunch of eyes.
Não posso carregar mais nenhum desses.
Alright, that looks like something. Let's take the opacity down a little bit. Okay, how do you lock stuff? Because I feel like... Alright, whatever. I'm still figuring out how to, like, lock things, I guess. Yeah, they're, like, really cleaning this place up. I don't know... I've lived here for quite a few years now, and this is the first time that I've seen them do so much. So maybe this is like a big rehaul. It's kind of funny though, they're only working on like buildings. They're only repainting buildings that you can see from the main road. I don't know if they're gonna like eventually come into the interior where I live and do these buildings. They're not exactly the roughest things you've ever seen, but I guess they feel like it's time for a new paint job. Digging on these. This is cool. It kind of like smudges, but if you press a little harder, it will put more paint down.
Não posso carregar mais nenhum
Smudge
desses.
around with. That's really cool. Let's just block out some eyeballs or holes in the head. I don't know what these are going to be. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Man, I have like real work I'm supposed to be doing right now, and I'm just like, wee in Creed. I have like a page to ink, I have a commission to work on. Speaking of which, I need to email this person and ask them if it would be permissible for me to upload any of the work I do for it on my YouTube channel. I used to just like kind of willy-nilly like put up commission work and just be like, you know, let God sort them out. No, just, because I felt like, well, it's my art. I can put up whatever I want. But then I realized, well, maybe people don't want everything that they do, or everything that they ask for. Generally, unless somebody says, like, hey, could you not show this anywhere, or whatever, then I understand that. And it's not always porn, but a lot of it's porn. I've had a few people who were working on, they were commissioning art for me on series that were like going through weird copyright things and stuff that was theirs, but they were wary about too much of it being distributed until they were satisfied that they had complete control over their IP and all this stuff. So I've had like art that I've done for private clients, private series, and I've taken it down after a while because they were going through copyrights or whatever. Generally, I've always been kind of like of the opinion that
Estava esperando que eu fosse. Tenho certeza.
Even if it's more, like hell, a lot of my clients, like when I used to do a lot of erotic art and pornography and stuff, I would be like, hey, do you mind if I put this up somewhere? And they were like, no, go for it. You know, they don't care. But I've also been of the opinion that like you should be proud of your art, all your dirty things that you do. Some of the content I haven't been too proud of, but the art itself, I've been like, you know, yeah, that was the best thing. That was the best way that I could have done that. I know a lot of people won't draw certain topics or whatever. I guess there's like a few things maybe I wouldn't draw, but off the top of my head, nothing's really like taboo to me. I don't know. Pretty easygoing. I was sitting next to a guy at a con and he was showing me his will not draw list. Some of it was like perfectly reasonable, certain like kinks and stuff that he just like was not into, but some of it was like really like he wouldn't draw stuff from certain religions. He wouldn't draw anything that could be construed as demonic and things like that, which it's totally fine, you know, to stand by your what's your morals? Is that the thing that people have, morals? But I guess I've always just I'm especially not picky when my hey, you know, it's like I got a favorite. I don't care. I will draw that. So, man, when I was in college, I was definitely like an anything goes artist, and I do like
Está longe demais.
Trying to troll me, I think. They wanted like I remember thinking like I kind of knew who the person was, and I remember thinking like they're gonna pay me, I'll draw. Who's laughing now? I got your money, and you just some fetish art that you don't care about. Let's take the opacity down and go to. Can I do overlay right in there? Yeah. Actually, let's just do normal. Where's normal? There it is. Okay, yeah, but keep the opacity down. gonna try like a different brush here.
Está longe demais.
I am totally not saying that you should just draw whatever anybody wants at any time. Jump, you say how high. You know, like, I totally see how people draw the things with it. I used to get a lot of, like, shit from my friends and stuff about, like, some of the artists that I admire, and like, I follow some weird and I just, like, it's not so much what they draw, it's why they draw it that fascinates me. It's not so much that fascinates me. I really admire people who have, like, these things that they just love to draw. And it's like all they draw all the time. Like, I'm trying to think of an example without, like, giving away. Like, I don't want to embarrass anybody. I'll just use an example. There's this guy, and he always paints, like, a lot of metal teapots and, like, foil and stuff together in, like, still lifes. That's, like, the most tame example I can think of. And, I haven't gotten any crap for watching him specifically, but it's just like that's all he does, and that's all he likes to do, and paint and draw, and it clearly is something he finds intriguing and fascinating. I'm sure he sells those paintings too. They're really beautiful. But that's just like an example. I love people who have this like thing that just draws them in. It is their wow, I really don't like this. I'm just gonna delete it. Go away. Let's try it again. Sorry for just like jib jabbing here. I should be streaming this. Not just
Tenho que escolher o mouse. Está fora de alcance.
Oh, that's how you toggle it. Can I do that? That's what I want. Okay. Default. I want this to look more like or something. Maybe like a weird splintered scarecrow kind of thing. That'd be cool. I love scarecrows, man. Not just because it's my favorite Batman villain. I actually think scarecrows are pretty sweet. I had a total weeaboo moment when I was a kid. So, like, when I was a teenager, an older teenager, I think Naruto was coming out, and I had a friend who got really into it. I wasn't as into it, but, you know, I'd watch it and, like, did I read the manga? I can't remember. I didn't have the manga, they did, but, there was this character named Kakashi, and, Kakashi means scarecrow, depending on how you write it. but it means scarecrow in Japanese. And I was like, well, favorite character. Like, to be honest, he was like pretty much one of the more ballin characters in the show, but oh my god, he looks too cute. I don't like this at all. Toggle eraser. I'm very pleased that I learned. Maybe I just won't give him eyes. Maybe he'll be like.
Preciso de um alvo. Preciso chegar mais perto. Está longe demais.
Man, I have a body works like clockwork. Like when I get hungry, like now. Like, and it's the same time every day. So it's always strange if I feel like a little hunger pang out of place. That usually means I want to drink enough water though. A little dehydrated. But speaking of food, man, I've been on a honeydew melon. I like honeydew because it's pretty low calorie. It's got a lot of sugar, but it's low calorie other than that. And I've cut a lot of sugar out of my diet in general. A lot of sweet things. God loves me.
Preciso chegar mais perto. Não tenho alvo.
100 or 10 ounces is 100 calories. That's pretty good. It's very filling. Like a little yogurt. Very, very good. I think the back of his head's a little boring too. Maybe I should continue this kind of like
Está fora de alcance.
spikiness.
Biriba e boneca vão devorar isso num instante.
Oh, well. Oh yeah, but one thing I wanted to get good at drawing was wrinkles, like little tight,
Preciso de um alvo.
but I haven't really like had time about this stuff until just next. But anyway, that was fun little drawing exercise, and we had some laughs. So that'll do it for this one, and yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
O que você me trouxe?
This long video is brought to you thanks my patrons on Patreon. Hi everyone, my name is David Revoix, and in this video I will show you how to make a comic page using Krita. This tutorial will learn you the various steps I'm using on my webcomic Pepper and Carrots to reach this type of final rendering. This video will also be a good introduction to Krita around a practical example. Check the video description if you want to discover or jump directly to a specific topic. As you can hear by my accent, I'm French and English is not my native language. I'm also not a really skilled English speaker, so you will find a lot of hesitation into this tutorial because I'm recording them live. So sorry about this, and I hope you will understand the effort I put into recording this, and I hope also you will have no problem with understanding the content of the tutorial. I'm using Krita version 3 with a basic customization of the interface. On the right, I'm using mainly 3 dockers. The top, the advanced set color selector. At the center, the brush preset with a pack of my free brushes, and you will find a link to download them below the video on the description. And at the bottom, you will find the layer docker. I don't have a tool option docker around because I prefer to have it plugged on my toolbar. So you can set up it via the settings, in General, Tools, and at the tool option location select in toolbar. Finally, for my toolbar on the left, I'm using the lower size of icon, and you can set it with a right click over it. Our first step is to transform a story into a storyboard. I'm preparing here a A4 landscape page in Krita to draw my storyboard. For this tutorial, I don't have a complex story. It's just a simple paragraph with the character Chichimi and a dragon. It's a random story I made especially for this tutorial. My first step is to break down this paragraph into separate actions and obtain 5 panels. I usually create a page with 4, 5 or sometimes 3 panels. Then I'm drawing the panel as a movie storyboard without thinking about the comic page layout.
Recebi relatos de uma ameaça próxima. Acabe com ela o mais rápido possível.
Preciso chegar mais rápido.
Muito bem. Tu ensinou uma lição ao inimigo que ele...
The next step is to take care of the layout. And for this, I'll need to open 2 documents side by side in Krita. In my settings, I have the sub-window mode activated. You can find it on General, Windows, and switch tab for sub-windows. This way, I can reduce the storyboard on a side of the canvas and open my page template on the other side. You can download my comic page template. The link is in the video description. So in our storyboard, we can't put all the frame this way because our page is much more smaller. So we will have to change the layout and sometimes change the drawing too. But first I want to see what panels can be easier to frame differently. For example, this one can be a very wide panel like this. So can take the eraser and resize it. And also these 3 one at the end are actions that are very near in the timeline. Take it, throw it, poof. So I think I will decide to go for a page like this with landscape on the top, main, because